Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. As you may notice, it is art again this week. Uh, just ended up having a little swapperoo with Dave for our week, so you should see him next week. Um, but yeah, welcome to the stream. We're going to be painting some fun stuff today. Uh, and I think we're just going to jump right into it, actually. So, not really any announcements. Not that I tend to do those anyways, but if you're kind of new here, um, I'm Jacob, and I will be painting live and taking audience chats, inputs, and kind of attempting to incorporate that into the render that I do. Uh, Probably go for relatively long today. I will be taking a lunch break and then continuing the stream after that in the middle. So it'll be about an hour long, but I put up a timer so you know when I return. Also, if you are just watching this as a VOD, you probably don't need to sit around for the whole thing. At the end of the stream, I tend to recap kind of the art stream and have a kind of like time lapse version of the work we did. So if you're only interested in seeing that, feel free to skip ahead if you're in VOD mode. Otherwise, welcome and thanks for tuning in and hope you enjoy. But yeah, basically today we are going to be working on a brand new Great Winter Hunt trap skin. This will be for the legendary Kingbot trap. Hello, Charlie. Welcome to my lap, as she does during streams. Hey. Sorry, gotta give a little Charlie break. How you doing? All right. Oh, I gotta trim your claws. Little hooks. All right. So we're just gonna jump right in. I have started a sketch on it. I was kind of exploring some directions. Wasn't sure where I wanted to take it. And it's a little bit more of a complex trap, so I just didn't want to kind of only end up doing sketching today. Um, but I mean, by all means, this can change. So right now, I kind of have a tobogganing adventure concept that I'm working out. We have the Kingbot kind of piloting some kind of toboggan, and uh, two out of the three Great Winter Hunt adventure droids, party droids, whatever. Uh, you got our classic Elphys right in the front. We got Nick, and Dolph is yet to be placed. But by all means, we're in the sketch phase, so any of this is subject to change, and feel free to suggest those changes. Off on the side, I have kind of my reference image of the original trap that I can kind of like look at and be inspired by because it's so cool. And then also just kind of like little things that each of our kind of characters are up to, just as mainly a kind of reference to, like, all right, how did I design these guys? They're pretty simple, but you know, I wanted to kind of like make them look correct when I do the final render. So this might be a good image right here to reference. So just lining that up, placing it in a useful spot. All right. But yeah, so and we can do all kinds of fun things like right now I don't have him holding the sword. Maybe he does still have the sword, or it's sheathed, or it's a candy cane. Who knows? But basically, we're looking for Great Winter Hunt fun. So yeah. Did I get the date wrong? Friday, November 8th. Yeah. Did I input it in the stream tag wrong? Let me see. Huh, November 8th. Okay. Right. All right. Yeah, yeah. The party droids for the Prince. Yeah, that one I quite enjoyed. But yeah, I want to have them off on another adventure. Um, I've not decided where I want Dolph to go. Yeah, I mean, we do have people tuning in from like the other side of the world, um, so I know often enough we have people staying up till like 3 in the morning watching me, which is a choice. But you know, if they like it, then who am I to tell them otherwise? Um, okay, so one idea was I was thinking like Dolph could be like kind of like piggyback ride on the king's shoulders or something. Uh, but one of the issues I have with the layout of this is it's very much kind of like up in the margins at the top. And what I always need to kind of like consider better, because I often will kind of not really think about it until it's a bit too late, is what overlays can end up blocking the image. So we have the auras, of course, which will definitely be something you're going to be seeing if you're during like in an event or do a lot of mapping and kind of know how to go after those powerful ones. Um, a lot of us have our golden shields active, so on mobile it does cover over. And if you had a base that's like a limited edition base, which I could see happening during event season and stuff when you might kind of like be messing around with fun setups, you might have this completely covering Elphys, which is unfortunate, but kind of. Well, I mean, we could completely reconfigure this illustration. That certainly is possible. Um, but I do like to emulate the original design as much as I can, where possible. It's not always something we do, but kind of like the action and the lean back and all that is kind of fun to see how to emulate that, right? So we got very similar kind of pose and all that. But one idea I did have this morning was we could potentially turn the base itself into some kind of toboggan, which might open up more kind of potential for us to kind of like, move things around. But it might also be kind of like very challenging to make actually work well, because not a lot of bases look like a toboggan surface. Also, or maybe it's they're just like surfing the base down or skiing down on a base. Um, that might be possible. It might be hard to kind of convey that happening, but I might try and explore it just because I think it could be interesting. Um, yeah, hour difference because of daylight savings, which is just a thing that we do here. I don't know if I am a big fan though, because kind of turns it into like 4 p.m. It's dark out, and I wake up when it's already, you know, the sun's up. It just doesn't really fit my whole kind of thing. Um, yeah. Elphys with only one limb visible. Can't believe it. I'm on a trap skin. Yeah. Just get like a toe, some fingers, and the hat. Just enough to kind of figure out who it is. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to just really quickly see what we can do if I just, like, I'm just going to make a whole new skiing folder, let's call it. Just to sketch this out and see what we can see. But I might actually copy some layers and just kind of configure them slightly, see if it works. So if we have the king kind of like here and his feet rather, are in more of a kind of like snowboarding. Now, obviously we need to be cautious of the cheese that we can't kind of like block. So I need to pose the characters in a way that that's going to play nicely. I think also for the outfits, I'm gonna go for, you know, like very kind of wintry, dressed warm. All right, if we're going for more of a kind of snowboard look, I'm going to kind of turn the hips in like that, right? And we're just going to loosely kind of block it in. This is, you know, just to see if we like this directional. It's not at all kind of like clean. There'd need to be a lot of work done on it to kind of get it in a better place. But yeah, I'm thinking like, yeah, I'd be wearing like mittens instead of kind of like the fingers being splayed like that. And then wearing like a big kind of fur trimmed hood, much like how the cape is fur trimmed kind of cape, right? So as long as we can fit the cheese and it's not being kind of obscured by a boot coming out in front. Basically, I'm thinking like, you know, it can be kind of spraying snow off to the sides and then kind of like hovering and maybe there's just like this kind of like motion blur look to it. And if like one of the droids is kind of clinging onto the side of it, that might work too, right? We'll have to test it with different bases to see if this makes any sense. But I think it's possible to kind of like turn the base into this kind of snowboard, if you will. Yeah. Rockets on both sides. That could be fun too. But I like that the idea is like a lot of the time you have the trap kind of sitting, waiting for a mouse to come to it. Maybe the king bot is like chasing down mice by rocketing after them. I like it. It also kind of like pulls in some ideas from older Great Winter Hunt events. There was the rocket sled fun times. So I'm not opposed to this idea. I think I am going to explore it just a little more. So what I'll try is, let's actually, I'm going to grab this scribble of a base. Come on, keep moving up. Throw it down here. And then I'm going to just kind of create like a hill behind it, right? And even behind that, I'm going to get like some trees. Computer. Do we even need the cheese at this point? Exactly. I was wondering the same thing. Could probably even put the cinnamon sticks among these trees. Okay. Just really, like, I'm doing this very loose because, this is just to explore this concept. Don't need to actually render it out if we decide we don't want to go in this direction, right? But I think this might be a fun one. So I'm actually going to put some, like, snow on top of these. And then let's just see what happens if I hit this with like a little bit of motion blur. Also, I'm going to duplicate this in case I actually need it. Like how you ever see that music video where there's cowboys kind of just like in the sky, like doing their thing, just singing. This makes me think of that. It's pretty good. All right, we'll hide that for now. All right, so let's see. Filter, blur, motion blur. Let's rotate that angle. Not that. That's a little closer. Okay, definitely don't want it that blurred. Okay, it's got to be obvious enough. There's some streaking kind of happening there. That's not bad. All right. So I like the idea of like some chunks of snow being unblurred, so they're kind of flying at the same rate that we are, right? But then, like, the spray kind of coming off of the board here is also kind of like flying off and falling behind, so that's also probably going to get a bit of a blur to it. Maybe not as extreme. And then we also need a layer like at the very top. That is kind of the same thing, right? Blur. This one might be a few layers of this. All right, so already you can feel like we are just kind of flying down this hill on the base, right? Like, we don't need to alter the base to make it look like a toboggan to kind of convey this idea, I don't think. So that's not as bad, not as difficult to accomplish as I was thinking it might be. So I'm happy about that. Okay, there's probably going to be just like a lot of just kind of dust. Or not dust, but like just almost like a snowy kind of spray. Not that. Maybe even this double brush is good enough. I can mess with that. Like, I was like, I don't need to go too rendered and detailed until I know we're kind of going in that direction. And we don't even have a sketch of any of the characters, and here I am kind of like trying to render out snow. So, should probably get back to the characters. Yeah, I really like the Holiday Express kind of design background. It's just the atmosphericness of it is quite lovely, I think. But I think for this one, it's like, you know, you're out at noon on the hill, just carving snow, whatever they would say. I even leave like a groove in this carving powder. Is that a term? I feel like that's a thing that snowboarders use. I have no validation for that other than I've been snowboarding twice and was terrible at it. So, there we go. All right. Well, I'm happy with how this looks in terms of the environment. So that's great. Let's actually take a quick look at different bases on this, because there is a potential for bases to have like a weird kind of drop shadow, or kind of like a flattened kind of gloop kind of oozing out from it. So that could make it a bit weird. Also, this spray is probably going to be like shooting radially out from where it's smashing into the base. But again, I am getting far too detailed, putting the cart before the horse here. So let's take a look and see, and turn off this base, not that one, wrong layer. Turn off this base, and what we need to do is grab anything below it, and we can group that as like background detail. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab not that one, a selection of the template base, and we're going to invert that selection. And I think I'm going to modify the selection itself. Edit, select, yeah. Expand the selected by 1 pixel. Just so that there's a little bit, there's not like a weird gap between it and the base. And then all I need to do is go into background and clip, and I've cut out kind of the area of where the base is for the layers below anything that should go above. So let's turn on a base. But first I need to hide that, and I need to hide the original trap. So now we have the bases visible, and we can kind of take a look-see and see what they do. Because it's like a background drawn on top of a base, any bleed out is actually going to be masked, so I'm not as concerned about what that will do. And I only have a few kind of examples to pull from. Also, I might need to adjust that selection more. That base I've fixed ever since. Yeah, I'm just making sure there's not like a gap that appears like there. I think that's another one that I'll also fix this base. So these are old bad examples of bases because I actually tweaked these so they don't have that anymore, because a lot of newer traps have an entire environment, and the way traps work is they're overlaid on top of a base as just a single image that has transparency. So it's important to kind of not have weird gaps. But let's import a fun base. Let's see. Let's bring in what base? I mean, we should probably check out the prestige base, right? It's always an important one. Regions. Valor. Oh. Apparently I have not moved the base into its proper folder. My bad. Well, in that case, let's take a look at the draconic depths and grab the opal base. Full res, please. Okay. Yeah, might as well take a look at kind of like the creme de creme base at the moment. And cool. I dig it. I think that this is fun. And again, like the reason I'm doing this is we can have more kind of like use of space that is not kind of impeding us. Polar base. Some of the special Zorkor bases. Let's see if I can find those. I haven't fully gone through kind of like all of our kind of assets and put them into the kind of like updated organization structure. It's on the list of things to do, but it's certainly not something I'm going to do on stream. And let's see, import create file object. Let's see, probably not going to be in there right now, but I'll take a look. Zocor traps. We got Minotaur base, Labyrinth base. Let's go. Oh, wait, it wasn't the high-res version. I do not have an export of the full res, but if I import the PSD, that should work. Maybe. It's thinking. It's a large file that I'm streaming in, so probably not ideal. Probably have to delete this from the file just because I don't need streaming large files. But that's very fun. Now there is, with this base, has like one of those little gaps that I hadn't kind of anticipated being an issue. So it's got its own issues. Let's see. Let's bring in one more at least. What might be one that could be? I know, like overgrown emberstone base. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be bases with gaps. That's something that I need to do like a full audit and just kind of correct those. We've done some of the worst ones. Yeah, let's look at the denture base. Oh, that's going to take a while to open that folder. One thing about the way we've kind of structured the art kind of assets is they're all kind of like put up onto kind of like a shared drive for the art team, and going into some folders it needs to load in basically like a whole bunch of very large Photoshop files. And okay, are any of these full res? These might not be full res. Open folder. But yeah, because it's streaming the files in, it can take a couple seconds to load the folder itself, which isn't always very fun. All right, so these are probably not full res, but yeah, they're not. I'm gonna just scale it up to make it fit. There we go. I mean, that's pretty fun. That'd be a sweet board, is like a translucent kind of with like glowy teeth in it. Pretty cool. All right, I'm leaving it in there. That's what Kingbot's riding today. Okay, so we need to have our cheese chunk, so many of them, visible, and just make sure that, you know, it looks correct. We're gonna turn off a bunch of them. Let's even just leave the Gouda. Because that's kind of a odd positioned one, but it works. That's floating. These are a bit bigger, so they're kind of more relevant in terms of testing. This one's my basic one that I kind of always just use. It takes kind of like, it sits on the base in a certain way, and it kind of takes a good amount of room. So this one's my default, even though we don't really use this cheese in game. It kind of is a reference point for me. Magic String's also good because it kind of like has a wide base to it. But yeah, bunch are useful. In fact, maybe we should have this little guy. Actually, this is even more fun with this kind of like design now, because he just looks like he's kind of almost hanging 10, which is awesome. I like that. I like that. All right, get rid of this motion blur and spray, just because I think those are distracting from the sketch. Good old nutmeg. And what I can do is behind these trees, I can have kind of like other hills visible, and if those don't have this kind of motion blur, or it's very slight, it'll kind of have almost like a parallaxing quality to it. And I might even do kind of less of a blur on these trees back there. Maybe have a kind of a couple layers of it to kind of like really push that concept. But we can kind of like do that later on, once we've kind of like figured out more of this design. Ooh, view of the castle. That's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, like, we could consider where are we in space on the map, and if we're kind of like up in the taiga, maybe we see a bit of the ocean and the castle in the distance, or some such. Are they kind of like boarding down on the Cinnamon Hills, I wonder? All right. So one thing I might do is put a kind of like obscuring layer between the sketch and this background, just so that I might be able to see the sketch a little easier. I'm also going to hide the cheese for now, because I'm satisfied enough with that location. Right. But I'm going to turn that down. As long as I can kind of get a hint of what I'm seeing, it should be fine. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to focus on the characters, which is the fun part. So I like the idea of this one just kind of like clinging onto the side, like was kind of standing beside, but kind of like got bumped off, and now is just kind of like barely hanging on. These little guys get into trouble a lot. It's part of their charm, right? I just tell people they're the original minions. All right. So who is this? Is it Nick, Dolph, Elphus? I like having Nick kind of always having a mug of hot chocolate where I can. I feel like Elphus is the one that's always kind of getting into situations. But what do we want to do with the other characters? Also, maybe I'm going to shift this pose even more. So, do more of a kind of like lunge. I should probably look up some reference of snowboarding. Seems like a good idea, because if it's like not a good pose, it's probably gonna look obvious to anyone who knows. Like maybe this boot is further back. I think that glove could be the mitten. Oh, are they like doing that thing where they like reach down and kind of like catch the spray? When I was kind of trying out snowboarding, I was taught to do my turns by like trying to reach down and pick up a flower, kind of like gesture. Um, oh yeah, Nick crashing. Yeah, they could be on their own kind of adventures, like visible. But yeah, just like paff, kind of idea, and just like skis shooting off. The one tree that's not blurred because it's being whipped at the same speed we are moving at. That's a pretty good idea, though. I like that. It's still got the mug, though. It's just splashing hot cocoa. Or something, yeah. might shrink this character down a bit. Then Elphys has like little curly boots or shoes. Yeah, I think Elphys fits there. And in this case, because I've kind of cleared more room at the top, we could have Dolph kind of riding on his shoulders, which could be pretty cute. Might be good. As much as I love the idea of the cheese actually hanging 10, I'll suggest it to the devs, right? Where it's like if they have like the can't actually think of the name of that specific cheese, but the little guy cheese. If they have this one armed, move it so that it's hanging 10 and doing its flex. But otherwise, the other cheeses, it wouldn't make any sense to move those. And because it'd be so specific, I don't know if that's something that will actually end up happening, but I think it's a very fun idea, so I am going to suggest it, and we'll see. But it's pretty brilliant. I think that if we can do that, that'd be great. Okay, so all right, Dolph. Let's see. Okay. Their scale is all over the place, so I'm going to have to figure that out. Got his little hoof paws. But most importantly, his antlers. Yeah, I think I need to tweak some scales of things. I just gotta get the nose. I mean, he could be. It could be like covering his eyes. That could be pretty cute too. It'd obscure the antlers less as well. I could see Dolph being the timid one. So he's got to have those little like deer ears. Let's give it a quick save. Even though that was just a quick save. Yeah, covering eye. That's correct. Thank you. And I think the sleeves also have like a bit of a fur trim on them. Alright. I think that is, it's pretty rough, but I think I can work with this. Let's take a flipperoo. And I think that there's definitely some things that I need to like shift and work. It's not quite right. Let's see. I'll show this real quick though. Alright. So Elphys clinging onto the corner of it, I think is pretty good. It's going to be spectacular. Thank you. I think this is going to be really fun. Yeah, I think I do enjoy the Kingbot kind of catching the spray with a hand, but I could almost see that making more sense if it was like the spray on the far side. Kind of like that, you know? And there's just like extra kind of. But also, I think the torso is feeling a bit long. Like they're definitely kind of like crouching forward, hunching forward kind of thing. Also for the flow of it, I think I want this elbow kind of really coming out more. And perhaps this cape kind of flies up more, or it hides out of the way so we can see the trees better. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what the shoulders and the hips should be doing in this situation. Like I think the hips should be like really kind of twisted, and kind of the back is doing a lot of the kind of lifting, so the spine is kind of turning in like that. And then the shoulders might open up that way. So it could just be like a hand just kind of like out here. Doing that. Maybe. Is the toboggan used in the skin come from the Ellie explosive toboggan ride trap? This kind of like base is the signature series denture base. If that was what you were asking about, I'm not sure. Yeah, so now if we have the overlays up, nothing kind of critical is getting covered. We can kind of appreciate each of the characters. The auras are kind of like still letting things be visible. Like the cape is, you'll be able to tell what's going on. So I'm much happier with that layout. The Ellie trap also has a toboggan in it. Does it? Trying to think of that. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I know there is. Oh, I think I know what one you're talking about. Where there's like the top of the hill, and it's like sitting on top, and there's just like a whole bunch of it, like explosive barrels or something, all like packed into a little, like ramp made of snow or something like that. Yeah, yeah, the explosive toboggan ride. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I should be able to see if I can find that real quick. I could always look it up in the wiki, and that'd probably be faster. Because right now my search tool has to index my drive, and I might have already moved it off of here anyway. So let's take a quick look. Yeah, that's right. Let's see if this pastes all right. Yeah, that one. Explosive toboggan ride. It's a good one. When was that? That was 2010. You know, a good 14 years ago. Ooh boy. All right, let's see. So I'm pretty happy with this general direction. I might start to block in the silhouettes of it, and then kind of further tune it. The king, I think I'm gonna have to kind of workshop a bit. I'm not necessarily super happy with them yet. I mean, now he's got to be given thumbs up, right? Kind of makes it more fun if he's like, "Are you having fun?" And then Dolph is like, too afraid. And I kind of want Elphys to be like given a thumbs up too, though. Just like, I'm fine. They don't have thumbs. Okay, I'm going to knock that sketch down. What if it was the prince who was being tossed out instead of the droid? Would be pretty funny. King Botton's son just skiing down a mountain. I don't know. I want to use these droids in almost anything I can. And the Prince Bot, as fun as he is, it'd be adding a lot of complication to have both of those characters in this. Not impossible, of course, but more work. And I want to try and get as much of this done on stream as possible. Has there been a Larry skin for the King Bot yet? No, I don't think so. I don't believe there is. Is it safe to add to the base? Snowboard clips, jingle bells, branding. I think it would be, yeah. At least the clips, I think. And then, yeah, I think branding and stuff might be able to fit it. Depends on what we want it to kind of be branded with and stuff. But it might be better to leave the board kind of like as its own flair, right? But I do like the idea of the clips. That could be all right. Rockets for the base, but now I think showing more of the base is better. Yeah, I like the idea that they're just literally utilizing this as is and making it work. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. A lot of traps, a lot of skins. They cover so much of the base. I think it'd be nicer to not cover it too much. Yeah, do like the traps that show the base. I agree. Um, like I really like a strong kind of mix of both. Like I think it's cool if the trap does like so much, but I still want to make sure you can appreciate what the base is. But also ones where you can just see the whole base are a little more rare, and so it's nice to have those available. Hmm. What about creating a large picture of both the king and prince skiing, but crop out each of them into two different skins, leaving a tiny bit of each other in each skin? That's interesting. Um, it's a really fun idea. Like, especially if it was like, if you have the king bot with this skin, it shows that version of the image, and if you have only the prince bot and shows that version, um, it's kind of neat. But also, I think it's more kind of effort for something that I don't know if we would use. I think most people are using the king bot these days versus the prince bot. Um, I don't know. Certainly, it's an interesting idea, but mm, I'll think about it. I do want to use these droids, and if we add the prince into it, it's just gonna be kind of a whole other um, effort, and they are kind of similar, like the king bot and the prince bot, so it might not be as obvious between them, especially if I have them all winterized. Uh, Hi, Charlie. I would suggest it for the advent calendar, but that was already completed, I believe. Or it's like, yeah, I think it's already been rendered. I'll try and figure out something with the two of them in the future. It's a fun idea to have them kind of like hanging out together. But yeah, not gonna guarantee that's a thing. But a neat idea nonetheless. All right, turn off the chunks layer. Charlie's just sitting on my lap watching me draw. do a layer on top of that. I don't think Elphys has any gloves. No, just the hat, the ears, and the shoes. Oh, it's a bell, not a pom-pom. Okay. Kind of almost want to make the shoes like unfurling because it's going so fast. Okay, and might as well make this its own folder. Elphys. We'll do another layer on top of this one. This one can have the hat trim and the ears. Yeah, it's light enough. I was worried it wasn't going to be a different enough color, but it should be fine. Okay, and then we'll kind of... Actually, maybe I'll use this layer real quick. Doesn't hurt to add a few extra layers when there are so few. Right. I like it was named Stephanos, the dragon golem. Are they the new Steve? That's up to you all to decide. Steve's still around though. Yeah, more Steve cameos in the future. Very true. There will be more. All right, so I'm gonna do another layer on here. Actually, I'm gonna adjust the sketch to be a draft layer, so I'm not grabbing colors from it. This can clip. All right, and I'll worry about kind of doing the final render on this later. Let's just turn the sketch off for a second. Good enough. Can tell what's going on at least. Okay. Careful there, Elphys. All right. So now we can cut that and shift that down into that folder and hide it because I don't think we need that. Nick, I think, would be a good one to figure out next. So I think for Nick, we're going to want to have the background visible. I think we'll start with this tree. I love the idea that it's just absolutely like blasting the side of the tree. It's interesting, this is covering over some of the spray, so I guess this actually needs to be further back. Needs to be like here. Yeah. Between the snow layer and the background trees layer makes sense. I'm probably going to adjust that snow, kind of chunks of snow that are in front. I don't want to obscure it too much, so now I'm actually going to get rid of these big ones. Want to add in the like snow later. And I like the idea that down at the base, it's kind of like a bit more blurred. Like otherwise, the tree was moving, zipping by as fast as everything else, but because Nick kind of slammed into it so fast, the top of it is whipping out to meet us at the same rate. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, now let's get a little droid in a Santa outfit. I think it also works well because it's going to be like the red on the green there. Believe Nick, yeah, he's got gloves and little boots and the belt. I'm gonna have the other boot off with the ski. Okay, and he's got a little mitten on. Now, if I want to make that mug still work, I think I'm going to have it in the closer hand, and also I need to scale it more appropriately. The mug is not 3 times the size of the character, as much as he might want that. It is quite a wide mug. That is something I remember about it. Let's turn the sketch down a bit more. Bring it down to like 10%. Just need to barely even see it. Okay, I think if the mug is a little more tilted towards us, that could be helpful for communicating what we're seeing here. Also, talking about Stephanos reminds me that I actually need to finish exporting it properly. I did not finish, like a silly boy. It was kind of like not due right away, and sometimes I'm kind of like, I'll do that another day, and then I forget, and whoops. So I gotta get that done after stream. Okay, and then we want it to be like hot cocoa flying out of here. Should be like a big chunky marshmallow in there too, I think. Yeah, I don't want it to look... Yeah, that's true. If it's interpreted wrong, it could look very bad. Don't want it to look like something got lopped off or something. Um, Maybe miraculously spilled nothing. That's just how skilled Nick is. Making sure that the hot chocolate is always safe. Yeah, I think that might be better. I think a marshmallow might still fly out though. We'll assess if we like that or not. But for now, I'm gonna get more rendered out a bit. So got his kind of gray beard, or yeah, beard. I think I'll make the arm on a layer above. Above that layer. That's the one. And should he be like looking towards us? Could try it. But like smushed kind of squash and stretch kind of idea for the eye. Like that. Just like looking at the mug like, oh no. Yeah, and I think the ski, I just don't want to make it look like his foot actually came off or anything, right? So I think if I rotate it where it's like flying off like this, and what color of skis is Nick using, I wonder? True hot cocoa connoisseur would make sure it goes nowhere. You're absolutely right. I guess we can kind of like look at like what contrasts and stuff would look best. I'm gonna say we'll go red for now. Again, subject to change. I also feel like he would wear skis that almost mimic a sleigh with like the curly kind of wood. So I might adjust that. Yeah, the red is a bit much, I think. classic wood skis, maybe. That might be better. Also, I kind of feel like this one would be doing something more like this. I just don't want to get in the way of the mug and all that, right? Like if this did get cut out and put on top of everything, it might be the most funny pose, but also it kind of like interferes with a lot, so it might not be the best. So something like that might still be better. Do that for now. Hunks of cinnamon sticks. That's pretty good, actually. I like that. Yeah, hunks of cinnamon sticks is a good idea. Play to the area. Now, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to actually tell that that's what it is, but I mean, I could definitely change them to look more like cinnamon sticks, so depends on how much we want to try and do that. Like, it could be an actual, like, you know, cinnamon stick kind of chunk with, like, that curled up look to it, right? So we'll see, we'll see. I'll leave that off to the side in case we want to work that in better. It'll be our secret. Yeah, exactly. They're hewn from cinnamon sticks. That's kind of one of the fun things about Feedback Friday Art Edition is we put in all this little detail, and you had to be there to kind of like really know. So a lot of the time we add in some extra little kind of specifics that other players will never get to fully understand. And also I get to blame you all for those being a thing that's often canon. Alright. I'm gonna hide the sketch for your boy here, Mr. Nick. Cool beans. Marshmallow. good enough for now. Poof. I like the idea of like snow kind of flying off this tree as well. So I'm probably gonna add a little bit of that. Finding the right shade of it. Also the like the spray direction might be a factor too. You know, if he like slammed into a snow-covered tree, how would that kind of come flying off? And also, like, do we want to lead the eye in different ways? These are all little factors that might come into play on how we want to kind of show this idea. Hello to Singapore. I mean, I think that these like evergreen trees are going to be pretty springy. I mean, it could be like it just snapped right off, but I think it's also funny that it like whoop, like whips him back up the hill or something after. Uh, yeah, we'll mess around with that a little more, I think. But for now, I'd say this is good enough. It captures the idea, and we'll see what else we want to tweak before we get too specific with anything. It's better to kind of like get a general exploration and then do kind of like the biggest changes fastest and first, because they can impact everything else. Like initially, the drawing, the sketch started off as a totally different kind of design, different pose. So let's take a quick look. You know, like originally we were on a toboggan, kind of crashing into a pile of snow or flying up a hill or whatnot, right? That's pretty good. It emulates the king bot on a steed a little more, right? But I think this one is still gonna be kingbot enough. I need to make sure it still looks a lot like the kingbot. Um, but it's definitely a different pose. It's kind of more like the sentinel. So I don't want to make it feel too similar to the Sandhill Sentinel. I want to make sure it's clearly the king bot. So do that. All right. But speaking of which, let's actually start to block in the king bot. So I guess I can just actually move Kingbot into his own folder now. That sketch. Dolph can be extracted out of there if needed. Or maybe I'll leave it out. Yeah, I'll leave it out for now. Okay. So first of all, I just need to block in the silhouette. I'm going to turn the sketch up a little more and hide the background again, just so it's easier to see what I'm working with. And for now, I think I'm just going to really block in our core shapes. Cylinders into other cylinders, basically. Now the Kingbot in this version has kind of like these puffy pantaloons. So I'm just gonna grab those initial design, and then it's got nubby knees that come out of that. I mean, the name of the character is the legendary Kingbot. That's who that is. I don't know if there's like a different name people give that robot, but that is how the trapsmiths refer to it. Alright, and we got boots on top, and I was thinking for the boots, they could be a little more kind of like winter boots, but maybe we still want them to be kind of like very similar. Actually, I guess this make it easier if it's the layer behind the knees. Okay. So it could be kind of the same leather looking boots, but we had like the snowboard boot strap, and we can put more fur trim on it, make it look warmer. We can also completely change them to be like ski boots. Yeah, so there are, oh, okay, yeah. So there's Nick, who is Saint Nick, kind of. There's Elphys, who is an elf, and there is Dolph, who is a Rudolph droid. That's where those names came from. Yeah, I think we created them a few years back, and I believe, how did they start? Were they initially kind of created on the background drawing that I did for like the hill? I feel like maybe it was these guys, where I kind of created multiple states and we just like came up with these characters and started illustrating them in each panel. Or maybe I started with them in the workshop. I don't remember. Just leaving the hot chocolate unacceptable. Oh, I was like showing stuff but forgetting it was completely off screen. Just pointing out how, so he's got his very big hot cocoa here, and he's just like, yep, that's some cinnamon. And then it's just like enjoying a nice break. And here, it's like, time to go, folks. And he left his hot cocoa with the little snow droid. But he got it back. Couldn't leave it. And then they're gone. But not yet. They haven't even arrived. Yeah. So that's Nick. Elphys. And Dolph. Oh yeah, he's got a little tail too, right? But yeah, so those are our little friends here. And then Kingbot. Alright, so let's go back to Kingbot. And pull this reference over so you can appreciate it as well. It's very good artwork. Thanks, Liz. Alright. So I think we could do like the cape. Let's do the cape. Alright, so I think I'll have the cape be much higher up. start with this shape, but I actually think I might drop the tail, like the back end of it, make it a bit heavier. Okay, and then the trim on this. I think we'll want to go quite a bit darker, actually. That'll be easier to read. Cool. All right, and seems fine. So then I like the idea that the Kingbot's wearing kind of like instead of the crown, got like a hood, fur trimmed hood kind of thing going on. So let's see how that goes. And I think the face will go here, and we gotta get that beautiful gold beard. Have it flying off this direction instead. And I guess the mouth can just be a layer on top. Maybe too many teeth. Better, I think. Alright, and need the eye. Might need to adjust where Kingbot is looking. Okay, now actually I'm gonna try this as a add glow to kind of have a little more of a metallic feel to it. And if I add kind of some darker shades to this, it'll kind of interact with that glow in more interesting ways. Might be a bit too contrasty though, so maybe let's simplify this a bit. If I flatten that down, then I can just kind of paint in little pieces and simplify it down a little bit. Alright, let's see. We're coming up on 1 o'clock, but we're already like getting into rendering pretty decent, so I think we're doing pretty good. But we are going to take an hour-long break at 1 o'clock. I will put up a little timer so you know when I'm going to return. I will also have a Larry link for you all. And yeah, but we're not time to go on break yet, so I'm going to keep working. But I'd say we're making good headway on this today. Okay. Kingbot. Okay, and then we're going to want to have Dolph kind of situated up on the shoulders. But let's finish blocking in Kingbot. Okay, so we'll do some shoulders here. Now Kingbot appears to have kind of like almost a kind of cuff of a shoulder plate. So it kind of is, you know, up to interpretation potentially. I might do this one behind the torso. Got big shoulders, let's say. Okay, and then using the same as the legs. Go down there. And then the gloves, this glove is going to go behind. And I think we're going to use the same kind of like materials as the cape for the gloves. This one's going to go in front. So let's give both of these some trim. Actually, I think the trim can go behind. And we'll just erase a bit of the gloves. Yeah, that works easier. But this one, trim goes in front. Right. And let's get that highlight color going on. Also, I believe we'll probably want to get these kind of feather, I don't know what those are called. A lot of layers to the Kingbot. Not nearly as many as the original construction file for it, though. All right, I think the torso might need a little bit more care, though. It's kind of more of a rounded kind of dome. It kind of like pinches in at the base. It actually kind of emulates Larry's armor a little bit with the kind of like trim like embedded into it or whatnot. Embossed, that's the word I was trying to find. Okay, so that's the center. Okay, give it a little flipperoo. See how we like it. Not terrible. It's got like a seam on the side here and a couple little notches underneath, although those might not really show up at this angle so well. He's got little like robot abs too. Nice. Alright. Yeah, we can use this layer for that. I'm gonna straighten that out just a bit more, I think. On the outside of the shape, it's stretching, but on the inside, it is actually like crunching. So try and get a little more curve visible in there. And the actual material appears to be a bit different. It's kind of more of a leather brown to it, maybe. Maybe not that much different, but there we go. Different enough. Okay, and then we'll get those sweet, sweet abs. Kingbot gains. They need to be more like rounded and glistening, apparently, based off of how those look. Oop. I'll do a new layer just for this. Okay, we'll start with this. that in half. Cut that in half, but going with kind of the curvature. And then round them. Okay, and then at any rate, we'll mess with that more. I also want like a little seam on this side too. Push that just a little bit more. Good enough. All right. Other than skins and premium items, can we expect new content like mice, changes in mechanics for upcoming Great Winter Hunt event? I don't think anything too major for this year. We're focusing on kind of doing birthday things. The event's kind of like I don't want to speak too at a turn with this, but event season gives us an opportunity to kind of like work on permanent content that's upcoming, and also the care that we want to put into when we modify events. We want to like give it kind of like the correct amount of focus, and we have very limited resources in house, so we have to kind of like pick and choose our battles. You know, if we had all the resources in the world, every event we would probably want to kind of like, you know, tweak things and change things. But at the same time, I think we've gotten the Great Winter Hunt into a position where it's like really good, and any of the changes are just kind of like quality of life, um, tuning things and kind of improving the flow. Um, we're making like quality of life changes. It's not any major kind of like mechanical shifts. Um, but like for the birthday, that's kind of one that we're hoping to kind of like do some things with. Again, nothing kind of like major, but you know, it's kind of like this year we want to kind of do something more with the birthday, I think. Um, and then like maybe next year we'll kind of like see if we need to kind of like update, you know, what events and stuff. But it's a very much a situation of like we can't do it for all of them, so it's kind of like what one makes the most sense to focus on this year, and then not take away too many resources from permanent kind of future content, because you know we don't start that stuff after event season's over. We're kind of generally trying to work on it throughout so that we don't kind of like lose time to all the events that happen. And you know, again, there's just like so many things we can do, and it's really kind of like we have to choose what is the best. uh, so you know, that's the ever ongoing challenge of this project, is like figuring out what is the correct thing to kind of like really put all of our energy into this at this moment. Uh, and hopefully we do that well, you know, and you guys can give us feedback on that too. Like, you know, what is stuff that is important to you, and I know I've seen feedback where people are like, okay, we've got a lot of new content to get through, so like we're not rushing, or we're not like needing brand new permanent content right away. You know, we've given ourselves a little breathing room, which is good. Um, so yeah, but we also don't want it to be a case where like people are sitting around for like half a year with nothing to do either, right? So, and if people are still enjoying the Great Winter Hunt, it's kind of one of those like if it's not broken, you know, don't fix it because, uh, well, when we were looking at some ideas for different events, and we were looking at kind of like, oh, what if we tried this? What if we tried that? It's entirely likely that like a change doing X or Y could actually, like shift the experience in, you know, ways that could be, you know, a negative experience. Not that we would intend to design something to do that, of course, but like perception and all kinds of things are very, very specific, very sensitive, and we need to kind of like really understand before we kind of like shift gears if it's already in a decent spot, right? If it's broken, if it's bad, then it's definitely like, okay, now it's time to shake it up. But if it's good, maybe it's not worth it. So it's better to spend that energy elsewhere. Yeah, also when we do like a major shift of mechanics for an event, there are a lot of like things that we do allow to carry over between events, but if it's like a whole new structure, we'll often kind of like uh, just you know throw out kind of like or antique or uh, they no longer become kind of as useful. We often try to find a way to kind of like, okay, you this is a special item that is a little more than just kind of like an event cheese you earned. It's one that maybe you bought and you had too many to use, so we don't want to just kind of make that useless. But at the same time, we can't kind of like design a new kind of experience and have to adhere to kind of like all the original kind of elements because maybe that plays counter to the new design. But again, not doing anything kind of like for Great Winter Hunt that should be a significant shift. Just because I think we all really do think it's in a good spot. I believe with the Taiga update, like we've really kind of like found elements that play really fun. There's a great loop. It's always like one of the most fun events, the most rewarding. So until people are like, I can't stand this event, and like, please, I think we all like it a lot. So we're not really changing it, I don't believe. Um, any changes we do, we're just trying to improve the experience, make it more fun, you know? All right, so I feel like this is pretty good. We still need to block in Dolph, but we have now hit 1 o'clock. So I am going to go on lunch break. Let's just take a quick gander around here. Um, I do love this. Uh, right now it's faded out. I'm going to actually reveal the full. Oop. So I'm probably going to fade that even more, or kind of like adjust it so that it's not too kind of like um, contrasty. So if we look at our grayscale values, it's important to kind of understand the value structure. And right now we have a lot of midtones, and they're not clearly kind of like, they're blending together. With this background kind of knocked out, it suddenly becomes more readable. So that's something we're going to want to address when we actually kind of do our kind of balancing passes on things, we need to consider, okay, what can this base end up doing in terms of contrast, and be aware of just how much that can impact it, because we're not going to obscure the base nearly as significantly. We want the base to kind of show through. But at any rate, these are conversations for after lunch. So let's go back to this, and we're going to put up our lunch timer. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. So let's put up our timer just so we have that. We'll say 57 minutes from now. And I'll get the hide that. And get the time lapse out. Also, I'm going to save this real quick first. And then do the time lapse. And then actually leave and eat some food, get some fuel. Thank you. I will have a good lunch. All right. Here we go. Ba, 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 ba. And let's put it to all, just so it's not looping nearly as quickly. Move that. All right. I'll see you all at 2 o'clock, so less than an hour from now. Bye for now. right. Hello, hello again. Lunch is done. Art is back. Alright, let us continue where we left off. Rearrange my coffee and water. Need to stay hydrated. Alright, so... Thank you, Dallas. Alright, I think pretty well on our way. So we got most of it blocked in. We don't have Dolph yet, so let's get Dolph. I just had a quick little sandwich. Nothing crazy. Alright, so I think I'll do a folder above the Kingbot. Although I actually think no, it's going to be in the Kingbots folder, just because I might as well draw it like between the King's like hood and cape. Oh yeah. Thank you, Larry Link. I nearly forgot. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let me grab that. Copy and paste. There it is in the chat. I'm gonna grab mine as well. There we go. Claimed. Thanks, Larry. Sound my horn. All right. Yeah. Never hurts to have more Super Brie Plus. Okay, let's shift this. Still want to be able to see the Kingbot as reference in case, you know, I'm missing details or I do something off. Can kind of like spot that potentially. Alright, so we got Dolph's folder. Let's get a couple of layers started for him. And we'll just grab just a neutral gray. And I might as well do the arms on this layer, because it, well actually no, because he's got the trim. Maybe I'll do the trim first. Then the arms. And I think I'll use a different color and layer for the arms themselves. It's not really a big deal to add more layers. Can always kind of like flatten them together when it gets too much. But it is a benefit to have them rather than not. And alright, and then I'll do for the, let's see, what color are those? Yeah, that's what I thought. They're kind of like the hide kind of brown. And we can adjust those as we as we feel it needs it. I will also do above this layer the antlers. I think I'm going to make them a little more kind of the stumpy kind of look. They're very round. I don't need it kind of like going too far off of his head. But I do like it kind of flowing into a direction to show that like the inertia is affecting his headpiece. You can also have the ears kind of flopping back. All right, and we'll get the bells. Maybe I'll do those on a layer behind. Right? I think I'll do the ears on this layer as well. Flopping back. And we'll go kind of more the pink of the ear, and then I would say let's just do a new layer for the nose. Do the eyes on the same layer as the shoulders. Yeah, so this Dolph's eye is way bigger than Kingbot, right? And that does seem curious. Like, I feel like they're kind of supposed to probably be somewhat relative, but then again, if you look at the other Deathbot designs, well, they just go all over the place in terms of scale and how the eyes are kind of. All right, cool. Then also I want his little feet sticking out from behind the hood, right? Seems fine. All right. Now we've kind of blocked in pretty much everything that's kind of required. I think we can start to kind of do a little more rendering and balancing of values and all that good stuff. Do we need to change the scale of anything though? Because again, like the eye, well, if we look at the Kingbot, let's just kind of make sure. Maybe I just increased the size of the eye. I think maybe I made that too small on him right now anyways. That might be all it needs. I kind of like how it's like tucked under the beard. So maybe I'll make sure that it's doing that. Okay, so they're a little more relative to each other now. Seems better. Give it a little flipperoo. I also think, yeah, Dolph does feel a little bit big. Yeah. I think the torso's just a little longer than it needs to be. Well, maybe if I just kind of... I also feel like I would want him to be sitting behind the Kingbot's head, right? So, or is he like, because like the King's shoulders are kind of like facing, or his torso is facing to the right now, and his head is turned. So I think I actually do want him sitting behind the Kingbot's neck, right? But yeah, if I shrink him down too much, you know, like want him to be relative to Elphys as well, who's quite a bit bigger. So I don't want to shrink him too much. Yeah, a clearer thumbs up might be a good idea. I think the rendering will help with that too. Adding shadow and all that goodness might assist. Alright, yeah, it does maybe feel like the torso is too long. I think that's kind of what I feel. I'm gonna pull that down a little bit. Now it's kind of got this lean back, oh no, kind of feeling to it. And then the head gear, I think, can also just be shrunk down. Alright, maybe better. I might also get like a little bit of like a red kind of hood behind, in between Dolphin and Kingbot. Because it's not just trim around his head, be like a hood that comes up, right? But yeah, I'll mess around with that. I think what I want to do next is kind of like figure out the value structure of this, because it's not where it needs to be yet. So I'm going to turn this layer off, and we're going to lighten the background first, but I might also want to fill in the skybox a bit. I liked the idea of kind of like seeing scenery behind everything else. So if I have kind of like someone suggested having the castle on the horizon would be kind of cool. just trying to think of the best way to kind of do this. I mean, maybe this is all... No, I want it to be like a sunny winter day, right? Maybe in a bit of warm to that. And then if we're high up and kind of like looking out, our horizon's going to actually be quite high up in the image. And just trying to think of like where I might want to show Nanya. Because I think we're going to have like a lot of ocean between it, right? Quick save. I think I need more blue in that sky. Kind of like there being another like hill kind of going in this direction though. Like little trees and stuff on it too. But these ones aren't whipping past and all blurry, right? Should probably get cinnamon on there too. Also, I think I'll make these more faded out. Bring it towards the green or the blue. And Nick's tree is probably going to want a little more contrast in it. Especially since we want to draw attention to that action there. And there's kind of like a green haze from a tree here, which I think is just distracting, so I'm going to get rid of that one. But then at the base of this, we can have it kind of fade off. It's even blasting some pine needles around, maybe. I think I'll actually have this kind of curl. Cool. All right, and I'm going to get a good strong highlight on the back of him. Just make sure that stands out a bit more. And I think I'll even get the trim kind of matching the shade of the or the tree a bit more in terms of its value, at least on the bottom of it, just so they're kind of more connected to each other. Okay, and I want more contrast, but I also want it to remain clean and simple looking. So it's just like a clear shape. I think I want the trim to come out a bit further. And just help stand out against the background a bit. Okay. I think that reads a little bit stronger. The shoulder still is kind of a bit lost. I think for this kind of like snow kind of jumping off of the tree, we'll have it kind of like cast a drop shadow onto the tree below. Just kind of like barely hovering above it. And that might help kind of communicate that it just kind of got knocked off of the tree. Also give Nick his own cast shadow onto it. And a little bit of like deep shadow between the branches here. I think I'll even get a little bit more snow on some of the two. And down here it might be a little more blurred. Cool. All right, I think that kind of has some clarity to it. Get rid of these big chunks of snow for now. I might kind of create more of a radial splash, right? Like, not sure if that is if that's kind of communicating this like kind of burst of kind of snow flying off. Maybe. It does look like it's all kind of like coming from the same hit, so I'll keep it for now. Alright, it's fun. Even if it won't really work on the full trap. Zooming in, enjoying that, I think it's good. Maybe if there's less snow on this area of the tree and then more down below, it might be more obvious too. Yeah, it looks more like he just knocked a bunch of snow off if I do that. That's fun. Cool. All right. I think that communicates it pretty effectively now. If it was a little Xmas tree, a star popped off the top. I kind of like that idea. I actually, I think I put like, instead of the star, I started putting like the golden shield. It might help if it's actually like right at the top of the tree to communicate that. Maybe it didn't knock it off. If we even want that on there. I don't know if like all the trees in this forest have been, you know, turned into little Christmas trees. Might just be distracting, honestly. I think I'm going to leave it off. Alright, so pretty happy with that. But I do want to make sure that we get the value structure in a better place. So I think the tree, I want to drop that make it a deeper shadow underneath Dolph, or Nick. I think I'm just going to knock it all back just a little bit more, just to draw even more attention to it. Just because on the background it's quite light. So that might be good. And I think I'll pull it back at the base a bit more. Nice. Okay, so that has a good read on it now. I think if I tune the king bot, I think that might help set up the rest of the piece a bit more. So let's do some lighting on the king bot real quick. There's a couple of details that I'm going to need to kind of work through, like the pants. Does it have kind of the pleating? The boots, are they like winter boots now? Are they latched? I think I will latch them, because I don't think it is a bad idea, and I think it communicates this kind of concept even more. Let's see, we'll just use Nick's belt color. For now. I know someone was saying like, oh, we could put like bootstraps and bells and branding and any other bee related words that fit on a board. I don't know if we'll do any of the like extra ideas like branding. I think the bootstraps are great, and that'll kind of help communicate what this is. Not that I think it's unclear, right? Like, clearly they're already kind of snowboarding down a hill on the base. I think that's pretty good. If the armor of the Kingbot was more chromium-like. I mean, it could be. Um, I think that, like, I want to keep it relatively close to how the Kingbot looks. Is just I want to put more kind of winter gear on so that it's very clear it's the same. And I might be kind of like shifting too far away from the colors. But at the same time, like, we're in a different environment than the Kingbot. The Kingbot's kind of like keep look like pointing at it, and it's covered by my monitor. But so it's very kind of like sunny, uh, warm, bright daylight kind of look to it. And you know, the snowboarding kind of vibe is similar, but we're in a kind of cooler, you know, ground. It's gonna be, you know, like cold kind of shadows and stuff. So I might try throwing more of a warm sun kind of lighting quality onto it, because it'll kind of fit more with the original, and also I think it might give us more dynamic looking light in the piece itself. Yeah, I was just thinking about that too. If we should have the king's distinctive hair poking out a bit from the hood, and I think so. That like the bob kind of look is pretty strong. So let's see if we can kind of like get a curl, or so either we get like a curl kind of coming out. Maybe I'll do another layer just in case. Or like the bang wave here kind of thing happening, which is pretty good too. Or both. Both is good. Like it definitely does help communicate, you know, like, oh yeah, I recognize this. There's only one bot that's got this going on. Or does the prince? I actually don't remember now. What is causing that? There we go. There we go. All right. He's a little blue here. The Kingbot is golden haired. Oh yeah, I also want to get that kind of like the like feather detail. I don't know what that is. I'm pretty sure they're like little kind of feathery. I don't know. Never put on a royal robe before and taken a good look. But it definitely has a royalty vibe. Ermine? Is that? I'm gonna have to look this up. Do. Do. Oh. Little fur tuft. In heraldry is a fur type of tincture consisting of white background with pattern black shapes representing its winter coat. Of the stoat species of weasel with white fur and a black tip tail. Oh, okay, so they like did very specific patterning. Huh. I see. I see. Yes, ermine. That. Very curious. All right, well, that's what we're gonna put on here. It's the OG Kingbots got it. Yeah, we could actually throw a scabbard on his hip. I think we got room to fit that, and it'd be over the this side too, right? If he's drawing it with his right arm, kind of across, and that I think could work. Have it like flowing behind so that the hilt is kind of pointing forward. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if we can make that work. I think it's possible. All right. So yeah, not feather, fur. I guess I think that because it's like a feathery kind of shape to it. Snowboarding with a sword might not be the safest. Good point. I don't think that stops this crew. I mean, did you see the party version? They were like strapped to a firework. So I don't know that safety is their priority. They seem like they are all about just kind of getting into trouble. Yeah, generally don't run with scissors, don't go snowboarding with a sword. But I mean, if you run into like an army of snowmen, what better way to kind of dispatch giant kind of hunks of snow than just flying past and cleaving them in twain with a sword. Haven't tried it myself, but it could be fun. I mean, there's like the Olympic sport where they like go skiing with a rifle and all that. Maybe this is just one we haven't discovered where you're like whipping down a mountain, just kind of chopping stuff as you go. It's a new form of art. You know how people do like ice sculptures with a chainsaw? This one, it's like they use a sword and they have to work at it as they go flying past, taking chunks out of the sculpture. Just don't wipe out and you should be fine. Also, don't follow directly behind someone with a sword in case they drop it. Should be fine. It's like running with scissors. Just don't trip. Duh. So easy. Oh, earmuffs. That's a good idea. I like that. I mean, do we drop the hood and give him like earmuffs? Hmm. I was also like, should he be wearing like a goggle? Like the snowboarding style, but it's just for the one eye. Could be kind of funny. I think that the chest detail, I think, needs to roll forward more based off of this design. It's pretty low on the frame here. Again, I think this shape, alright, it's all one. That's how I did that. Like a fool. Flatten that. And make this its own layer. Boop. Put that below. That goes with that. I just want to tweak the shape of this a bit. Yay. Okay, I think that needs to drop down quite a bit more. I think I'll actually have the, maybe the shoulder needs to roll up a bit. So before we're kind of looking on the original Kingbot, we're looking up at this torso. Now we're looking down at it. And like this seam kind of travels along with the shoulder, which I think is kind of like riding up on top. I think I'm gonna pull that back more and have this one roll over a bit. Okay, and then maybe even a little more. We're gonna deal with the shoulders themselves. So I think I'll make it close to same color. This one's at least like in shadow, right? Because it's underneath everything. It's also going to have its own trim thing happening. So I'm going to do new clipping mask. I'll use this. It's something like this. The kind of turreting kind of pattern, right? Although maybe more like that. Same with this one. Do a new clipping mask. Now, scale-wise, I'm going to keep it pretty close to the other one, right? Doesn't look great. Seems like a lot more. Around that just a bit more. Okay, so now it looks like they're bottle caps. Great, that's exactly right. Also in the original, actually, it's more like there's a thinner kind of band between, like ridge between them, instead of kind of equal. They should be more like that, I guess. Wasn't paying very close attention. Even more bottle cap like. Good enough. Okay, this I'm going to thin out a bit. And we're going to start to add some volume with shading and probably determine what the colors should even be. Might be a good idea to do a quick little sphere test for this environment, actually, because all the droids are kind of going to follow the same material too. So if I kind of figure it out anywhere, I can apply it to the whole piece. So let's actually do that. It's just good practice, I find. I don't always do it, so let's. So perspective lines. Whee! All right. So I'll do that up here. Sphere test. Although I guess it does matter where on the image I create the sphere test. Because if we're looking down at it, it's going to be different. Maybe I should do it right here. Alright, so general rule is start off with your base material in kind of like a very unlit environment. You know, like you're in a room that has no bright lights kind of turned on. It's just kind of like the atmosphere of this space barely lighting it. It's in shadow, effectively. Start with your material in shadow. And then on that, create a new layer that has its own kind of just kind of fill light. It's not your major light, but it's kind of like your sky and atmospheric. I'm going to go a bit warm with it, I think, and let's try a screen layer here. And you kind of just apply this to the whole thing. Let's soften that and kind of have it come from behind a bit more. Now, because the material is more of a metallic, it's going to be focused more on reflection of light than the kind of surface kind of matte treatment of light. So we're going to have to focus on doing reflections and stuff. And the ground is also going to be kind of bouncing up some light, but we're going to get like a kind of snowy bounce. And this is kind of reflecting the environment around us a bit. But we're on a hill of snow, so it's really a lot of light is actually getting bounced off of the snow and back at us, right? But if we have our own kind of cast shadow that's reflecting that surface, right, we get kind of this void of light. And as we're kind of coming to the center of it, maybe less light is kind of directly reflecting. Okay, and then we can kind of, over the top, hit it with our kind of, let's see, our main kind of lighting situation. That's a bit extreme. Let's try this. You know, is it the sky, the sun, getting like a nice warm sunlight? Like, are we kind of in overexposed territory with the sunlight? Suppose we want kind of more of a blue sky around. And this is, I'm not sure I'm happy with kind of like that light, but if we wanted to like have a dropped shadow across it, we can kind of erase away from that layer. Okay, let's just move this sphere over. I think there needs to be more kind of like environmental reflection happening if we're going for a really metal look, right? So we might have kind of like almost like trees kind of wrapping along the surface and like our horizon. And the ground, I think, would be pretty strong reflection. So, you know, that's just kind of one way we can tackle this. And that's more of that kind of chrome treatment, right? Kingbot slides down, the king's crown flew off in the background at the back. Could be. I was almost thinking also where Dolph is, he could be like holding onto the crown for the king. Kind of funny. Oh yeah. Ermine earmuffs. That's a good point. I like that idea. Really showing off that kind of royalty status. But first I'm gonna get the ermine on the hood. How many stouts did it take? I'm sure it's very much just a fake kind of fur thing at this point. Or maybe there's a mouse that they got the fur from. All right. So yeah, I don't know why, but YX, your messages always end up kind of getting redacted in mass. It doesn't make sense to me because you don't say anything that would warrant that. But I think I saw you say that the torso, Kingbot torso, doesn't feel as proportional. I do think that, yeah, like in the original drawing, his torso is extremely broad. So maybe I need to kind of like drop that, widen it out a bit at the back here. Might kind of meet that a bit more. Hopefully that's kind of going in the correct direction for it. Flipping it certainly can assist in seeing it in the correct light. All right, let's grab this color to boot using our sphere test that we recently created. And on the top, we'll kind of get some of these. Now, since we're underneath of this kind of robe, or the robe, we're going to be reflecting the underside of it, right? So that's worth considering in this rendering, including the trim and more of the Kingbot itself. I think I probably could have gone darker in parts of this too. Okay. In the base kind of kingbot, the cape inside there's like this thinness where the light is actually like scattering through it, and it kind of has this nice kind of orangey warmth, the warm red and stuff there. So I want to kind of like, I can potentially show a bit of that in the reflected kind of material here. We're not necessarily going to reflect a ton of it. Might as well try. So he's going to be a little more chrome than perhaps the base is implying. Maybe I'll kind of mute it down afterwards. Do like kind of a clipping mask where I apply like a matte finish to it and then kind of like blend between the two. Might be kind of an interesting way to get that middle ground. Like a satin, right? We'll come back to that. The torso, let's do the same kind of thing to it. It's going to be mostly in shadow. And it will be kind of reflecting a lot of the ground below. So it's going to be like a more saturated reflection, since there is a lot of like snow bouncing light up onto it. Give it a nice saturated, cool lighting, because it's bouncing like limited wavelength of light back, right? It may be mostly white, but I'm gonna lose some of the warmth in the snow, whereas the top side of it might have maybe even a bit of warm. Cool. All right. And I'll get a bit of the cape in here too. Same deal, I think I want kind of like the saturated orange kind of coming through a bit. As the light scatters through that. And we'll get some of that trim, but that doesn't have the same thinness, so it's going to be much more reflecting the shaded underside of that trim. In fact, I might even make it go quite dark over here. Although it's not going to get too dark because it's also getting a lot of bounce light from the snow. especially as it's getting closer to the snow itself. It's going to get even more light kind of scattered onto it. And instead of kind of putting like a bright blue, I'm just going to lighten it up a bit and bring it more into the gray, which is effectively the same thing as adding blue in the orange territory. Right, you're kind of mixing those and go from kind of like an orange to a gray. Let's see. Okay, and the back shoulder, I'm just going to do the same thing. Going to get quite dark in that core shadow. And then we're going to get some of that nice cape reflection. We're also wrapping around this form, so we're actually going to be reflecting the environment directly behind it. And it's just very compressed. So the cape actually kind of visually ends. And let's get nice and dark there. We're also going to get quite deep shadow as it's occluded up in that corner. Not really anything's getting to actually reflect light into that. Gonna do the same for these kind of trim pieces. They're very obscured. And right up in that shoulder joint. So now if I look at the grayscale, this is starting to kind of like stand out. I think we need more contrast like on the cape, and Dolph needs to read better and such, and might knock this horizon back in terms of value. Luminosity brush. Just so nothing is kind of in that mid-tone, it should all be relatively light up there as just not really any shadows that are kind of like going to be visible that far off, right? It's all washed out from the scattered light in the atmosphere. We'll resolve the background more later. I don't need to go crazy on it right now. Plus, I like the idea of throwing the castle in there, but need to kind of sort that out at the end. I think it's just kind of a excessive detail that I don't need to go too crazy on yet. Rather finish the main parts of the image before I lose too much time on something like that. Plus, I want to wrap up the stream by like 4 o'clock-ish. So we'll see how far we can get. I think we're coming along pretty good though. The boots themselves, we could keep the same boots or we could add some fur trim to them. We've already changed the gloves to be kind of like mittens, which I think is great. And he's got leather boots on in the stirrups, so we could keep the same leather boots and then just add fur trim to it, which is fine. look like they could be nice and warm. Yeah, honestly, that seems fine to me. For the lighting here, I think I am going to take that, I'm going to brighten it, but also roll towards gray to kind of get some of that cool reflection happening on it. Let's get a little texture into that. Right, so I never actually added blue. Like, we're still using this kind of like orange color, but because it's relative to what it's on top of, it does actually look more blue, right? Yeah, I'm glad that like it is kind of very interesting to watch, and the knowledge makes sense. But yeah, like, so I'm basically, adding blue to this, but I'm not actually painting any actual blue. It's just gray. Pushing it towards neutral. Um, there's some amazing artists that like, they can do an entire painting in a single color, and yet like when you look at it, you see like different colors just because they're very, very good. Like, they'll limit themselves to like a very, very narrow range, um, and it's so subtle, but it's so effective. And honestly, like, those images really have an incredible harmony to them too. They just are very pleasing to look at if you know how to balance that very well. Um, Whereas like a lot of images that just have all the colors of the rainbow kind of represented, and they're not kind of like, there's not a strong hierarchy of those, can be kind of just chaotic to look at. Um, Something that like I would consider with this one is actually like taking these reds and kind of muting them, to kind of like give it a cooler, wintry kind of quality. So like, let's just see what happens if I throw I'm going to do a save. And this is just totally experimental. I don't know what to expect from this, but if I do a like correction layer, let's see if this tone curve, color balance, let's try color balance. If I kind of pull the red away, go towards blue, might need to, yeah, I don't totally know how to use, yeah, this is not quite what I was looking for. I want like an overlay style layer. Maybe level correction. So if I go into red and I pull red down, no, output, nope. Okay, that's the white balance. Okay, so that's kind of pulling the red out of it, I guess. Yeah, not quite right. I like how I'm like sometimes giving art lessons, but most of the time I'm just like experimenting and being like, what would this do? Sweet alien planet. to 0. Desaturating is also kind of a way to bring it together, but I think it's more like, let's see, if I did like a layer above all and I made that an overlay, like a blue color, hue. Hue might be the one. And I just kind of like make that lighter. Maybe not. Let's try one more. See if we can, maybe tone curve. That's going to affect the whites. I used to do some of this stuff. Woo! Not that, but that's kind of a fun posterized quality to it, right? Anyways, generally I prefer to manually render it anyways, but what I'm thinking is the like orangey red, if I kind of take this, because like look how saturated that color is. It's extremely saturated. And I knock it down to be like basically the middle area. Kind of more like that. It does not look as royal. And I want the light to still feel like it is going to scatter through with some saturation. It might be a bit too desaturated. That might not be bad. Yeah, maybe that. And then as we're kind of rolling away, kind of like going towards the grays, let's merge that, work with it. And I think if I make the mittens here kind of match, it'll look a little more correct. We have a very red kind of coat back there, so. But I'm just wondering if I can get a little better color harmony going on with this. Not something I'm the best at, so I need to experiment more, I think. I think maybe we would get a little bit more of our saturation here on the top where the sunlight is kind of more directly on it. whereas any of the light that's kind of bouncing in might not have that same warm quality to it. And it's getting a lot of bounce light, but it's like a cooler bounce. And also, I can kind of drop the contrast more if I hit it with that kind of gray. Plus there's like this haze of kind of snow spray that's probably kind of like obscuring this even more. So it's okay if we kind of like lose that a bit. All right, pantaloons. We haven't really done anything with these. I think we'll still get that pleat action happening. So what's the best way? Let's see. Thanks for the hearts. Hopefully this is correct. Okay, and then pantaloons. Pantaloons. Alright, the hips kind of have the same color grade as the waist, it would seem. But it could just be how, like, what is being reflected, because, like, the torso is under the cape in the original, which has like all this warmth scattering around. So I think that that is actually a part of the color choice that's happening there. So I think I'm gonna kind of treat the torso and hips and all that as kind of like the same. Since that makes sense to me that they would be. It's actually just reflecting itself here. And then this kind of corner right there is just catching all the light. Just gonna merge that down. And we'll get like a little bit of gold reflection happening in here. Cool. All right, I think that's all right. Let's get a little bit of this warm, kind of more saturated orange on the pants when the light kind of might catch it. There you go. Cool. All right, and the knees, the knobby knees. Basically, I just want to reflect the scene through the knees. Don't need to go super dark. Seems fine. All right. Boots. Get some texture going on in there. Seems fine for now. All right, bottom of the shoulder. I want catching more of this saturated light. Okay, let's look at that grayscale again. We're starting to kind of like get more cohesiveness. I think I want to get a band of kind of like darker tones through the full body though. So I'm going to see if I can make that look good. Give that a save. And what I think I'll try is just using like a luminosity brush. And I might be able to do it all the way up on KingBot itself. Do this as a brightness layer clipped to this folder. Let's see. I want to go darker. Right? Like I want it all to kind of like be connected. As one value. Right, so now we're reading it as just a silhouette. And if actually I turn that off, I'm going to take a look at like, you know, what happens if I look at it with different kind of... Green was a bad choice. Let's try a blue, right? But like blocking that, grouping that value, I think is something that I want. I might blend all this a bit more. Okay, so That's the difference that makes, right? And it is kind of losing a lot of information, but it's connecting everything in a useful way, I believe. So what I might do is kind of push this to its extreme. See, like, okay, what's the furthest I can do this and make it look correct? And that's kind of on the edge there. And now, if I, let's see, brightness, it gets a lot of reds in there, and actually I liked it losing those reds. I feel like the normal is fine. This is gonna look wrong, yeah. Okay. So actually I think I'm gonna go with normal. And then if I mask this off, what happens when I kind of just start to reveal where direct sunlight is landing on this, right? Suddenly we get like a lot more lighting bang for our buck, right? And as I was trying to make happen, a little more kind of like color harmony, where we have everything kind of a little more controlled. So I still think we get maybe more bounce light coming from the snow. But I feel like without it, our value structure is kind of a little too uncontrolled. It's a lot of midtones kind of through this part right here, and we don't have any like good clear hierarchy with like our like shadows and or our dark tones and light tones, and like the light's fine. We got the environment. This is working pretty decent for like the darks, but the midtones kind of just, if you squint at this, you lose a lot of information. But if you do this and then squint, you kind of can understand the structure again. We've broken this off of the background. So I think that this is actually part of how I solve that. I think it's okay if we lose that glove in the mist of snow being kicked off the board, right? Also, Elphys needs some dire attention, being left hanging. Okay, we are coming up on 4 o'clock, so I'm probably gonna try and wrap up soon. Okay, let's get rid of that sphere. The horizon, I think I can kind of knock that back a bit more. Okay. Not bad, not bad. I think it's getting pretty close. Definitely a lot of fine details we can really go ham with. I would like to get some like deeper texture to this snow. Being kind of like shoveled off, sprayed off, whatever. And that's not necessarily quite working. Yeah, I can't think of any that use the base in this kind of way and like have a motion kind of effect happening. It's kind of fun, yeah. This should not be all the way up here. Should be all the way down here. And some. All right. There. Yeah. Just want to make sure that there's that like blur happening on that hill too, because that's zipping by. But of course, because it's in the same direction, it's not going to be as blurry, but it's just going to be a streak of kind of detail or color. Anywho, all right. That's probably going to be more like so. Yeah, it's got even more motion to it now. Whole frame is flying. Rocketing down the hill. Yeah, the base is more involved. Certainly seems like the main part of the weapon at this point. Right. It's very fun. All right. Nearly 4. Let's try and lock in this little guy. Now, I don't know what base is going to be armed, of course, so I need to kind of like account for whatever possibility, and I think I need to kind of like bump up our contrast on this character. So Alphys isn't wearing a glove, I don't think, right? No. So I feel like maybe I made their eyes too small for the, I mean, he's very stout. Maybe they're not bad. Yeah, it's kind of more droid proportions that I'm used to. Alright, so why is it not drawing? Oh, because it's on that layer. I see. I get it. Okay, I'm just going to try and whip through this. I feel like I might end up kind of coming back and finishing up details early next week because I don't want to rush everything here. And I've made good time on this piece. Usually have quite a bit longer to work on something this detailed. Okay, so all right. Not really anything for him to grab onto, huh? All right. Let's take a look at that. Might need to get a little more kind of distinction on that edge here. All right, and my wrist is starting to feel pretty stiff anyways, so I think it's a good time to wrap it up for the day. And I need to do an export And I gotta wrap up. It's 2 o'clock, so seems like we did pretty all right today. I'm not upset by where we got to. Not at all. Couple little kind of finishing touches I'll get around to, but I think I'm pretty content. Alright, let's save it. Oof. And we'll take a gander at where we started and where we got to. Again, not bad for one afternoon. So let's bring that over here. It's very fun. I'll probably get like some snow collected on the bottom of the base too to kind of like help with that idea. We'll give this a save. And then we'll pop up the time lapse. Okay, I might throw a bit of that. Let's put it to full speed. I might put some of this kind of overlay, kind of dark blue kind of shadow on top of the base and just kind of like pull it back into the same space. It might look weird with some of them that have glow and stuff, so I'll be careful about it, but just to pull those together might be good. But I really do think that kind of like overall kind of shadow dropped on top of everything did kind of like add a bit of that cohesion I was talking about needing and trying to get better with. Yeah, I'm seeing plenty of little details that I'm like, oh, I could tweak this, I could tweak that. And I don't want that kind of like shadow overlay kind of on top of everything to kind of make it too muddy, because right now it is a little bit of that. But I also did want to tone down some of the warmth in the fabrics. Looks like my favorite skin for the trap I don't yet have. Well, I mean, this might encourage spurring it on to see if you can acquire it. Great Winter Hunt can certainly assist in that as well. So, yeah, I had fun working on this one. There's more things that I think will be nice to kind of tune up, but like all the little representations are very fun, and myself and the art team thank you all chat for kind of shaping this idea into what it is. It's very enjoyable. I think my favorite thing is Nick smashing into the tree. It's hilarious to me. So, you coming up here, Pika? Hey, come on. Oh, you also need a nail trim. You got stuck. All right, now I have Pika on my lap. It'll be interesting to see kind of like watching this render come together. For so long I don't have kind of like this same lighting treatment, and it'll be nice to kind of like, actually I should throw a cast shadow that's a little more in line with what's on the Kingbot across the kind of like snow surface. Thank Thank you for all that fur. Should probably not, like, give Pika scritches and then rub my nose immediately after. Getting all the ermine details in there. Still need to put it on the cuffs of the mittens and the boots. Hopefully I don't forget that. But yeah, I can see a number of little kind of finicky details that I'm going to want to tweak, especially when I look at it with fresh eyes next week. I'm not like super allergic, thankfully. I think anyone who gets cat like fur right up their nose is probably gonna not have the best time. So that's kind of more the boat I'm in. And thankfully, I know many people who are very much cat people and are very much allergic, but will suffer for the cause. My father included. Yeah, even kind of like knocking most of it out looked pretty nice. Like I might even pull back on how much of the this kind of like shadow layer is kind of picking up light, like the knees and stuff. I feel like there's just maybe a lot happening there and could knock that back. But again, this is something that I should assess when I'm kind of like looking at it with fresh eyes. Let's take a little flip, see how it looks. This can often kind of like show us things that are a bit off, like that edge doesn't need to be shadow, stuff like that. I think these kind of outer edges can get some highlight, all kinds of, like there's tons of things that I'm seeing, but I'm just, no more time today. It's fine. We'll give this a save, and I'll pop the Larry link into the chat for anyone who might have missed it, and that'll be that. Boom, it's in the chat. Hope you all enjoyed very much. Should be Dave next week. I'm going to head on out. So until I see you again, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and happy hunting. I will catch you all later. Bye for now. Bye.